And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate it. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Right, everybody, we had a very cool stream yesterday during our surprise live, and we talked a lot about trials and different cases and watched the more of the Depp trial reactions. All right, and we'll be switching over now to the other screen. Okay, everything should be on. Okay. Alright, hello everybody. It is me, Alien Spaceship. Hope everybody's having a good day, good evening. It's nice to be here with all of you. We'll be doing some more of the trial reactions and talking about different cases like that and things. It's a me, Mario. Hello, Miranda. Good evening to you. Welcome. I hope that you are having. I hope you're feeling better, and I'm glad to have you here with us. It's very cool to, always chat with you. All right. So, what we'll be doing is we're going to be doing more of the reactions of the Johnny Depp trial. I found some new scenes. I thought it was Sunday for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, tomorrow you'll be live again. And also Monday I'll be doing another surprise live. It'll be a daytime stream again. Alright, so go over here to this page. Over in this window right there, okay. Window capture. Let's go this way. Alright, so this is the... Oh, hello. Hello, brother Shecky. I'm glad to have you here. It's always nice to see you on the different streams and chilling. Okay. Hey, Shecky, good to see you. Thank you again. Yeah, improving a little bit more again today. Oh, that's very good. That's very good. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. Now, over here. Well, thank you, Shecky. I'm glad that you're sending good vibes to us. We also send it back to you. Oh, aloe vera is very good for you. I didn't know that they have drinks. Let's look this up before we do our trial stuff. Okay. All right. The aloe vera drinks. The aloe vera drinks, such as pure aloe juice flavored beverages, offer a convention way to consume the plant's beneficial compounds. They contain vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, and anti-inflammatory properties that may aid digestion, promote hydration, and support skin health. However, you must choose the right type of product to avoid potential side effects from the laxative containing aleo latex. In New Mexico, they have aloe vera drinks with aloe vera pulp. The one I have is called Sivia. Oh, interesting. I've always thought about if it could be consumed as a drink, but I've never seen that in real life. So it's interesting. I know now that they have a drink. I've had them a few times. They feel strong in the belly. Scared. Aloe vera is good for if you get like injured or something or a rash. It's good for helping wounds and things like that. All right. Potential benefits of aloe vera drinks: aids digestion and relieves heartburn. Aloe vera's anti-inflammatory properties can soothe digestion tract and may help alleviate symptoms of heartburn. Acid reflux and gel also contains enzymes that help break down sugars and fats. Promotes hydration. As a water-dense plant, aloe vera juice juice is hydrating option, especially when compared to high sugar juices. I buy it at Walmart for a few bucks and got bottles or little bottles. I get it because, yeah, I need help with a few of others. Okay. Okay. Rich in antioxidants and nutrients. Aloe juice is a source of antioxidants, vitamin A, C, and E, as well as minerals like magnesium, potassium, and zinc. These compounds help protect against oxidative stress and support overall health. Supports oral health. Some studies indicate that aloe vera antibacterial properties can help reduce dental plaque and soothe irritated gums. May help regulate blood sugar. There is some evidence, although more research is needed, that aloe vera may help improve blood sugar control in people with prediabetes. Miranda said, "Oh, and the drink is super sweet. It's actually really good. I honestly like aloe vera bits in the most, bites in the most, maybe." Oh, okay, interesting. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Avoid aloe latex. Aloe latex. Aloe latex is a yellowish fluid in the outer leaf which contains compounds called quinones that have strong lactative effect. The long-term consumption of a whole leaf extract containing latex linked to cancer in some animal studies, though most reputable brands filter this out. Choose purified inner fillet juice. Most commercial aloe drinks use the inner gel fillet, which is filtered or decolorized to remove the bitter alien. I was about to say alien. That reduces laxative effects. Look for products certified by the International Aleo Science Council to ensure low aleone aloine content. I've never. That's an interesting word I've heard before. I keep thinking of alien when I see that. It's basically the word alien, but with an O instead of an E. Scared. Check for added sugars. Many commercially sold aleo drinks contain added sugars, flavors, and preservatives that can undermine health benefits. Consult a doctor. People who are pregnant, breastfeeding, or in certain medications such as blood thinners or diabetes drugs should consult a healthcare provider before drinking aloe vera. I think it's pronounced a lion, but I could be seriously wrong. Aleo N. Okay. I'm gonna see what the pronunciation about that. Let's see. I have to find the word. Okay. Let's go here. Al-O Un. Al-O Un. Aloe Un. That's how it's pronounced. American English, it's Al-O Un. In British English, it's Al-O-N. Okay. Aloe One content. Monitor the side effects even with purified juice. Excessive consumption can cause cramps, diarrhea. Start with a small amount, 1 to 2 ounces, to see how your body reacts. Check for added sugars. Many commercially sold alio drinks can contain added sugars, flavors, and preservatives that can undermine the health benefits. Aloe vera does seem to get the digestion moving. Well, that's good that it does that. I didn't know that it had that effect. Definitely, like I've had aloe vera plants before, and it certainly looks very delicious to eat or drink it. It's like a pleasant looking cactus. Consult a doctor. People who are pregnant, breastfeeding, or have certain medications, such as blood thinners or diabetes drugs, should consult a healthcare provider before drinking aloe vera. How to choose safe and healthy alio drinks. Aloe 1 free or decolorized confirms the removal of laxative compounds. High aleo no aloe content. Look for at least 99.5% aloe to ensure that you're getting significant amount of beneficial gel. No added sugar. Choose varieties with no added sweeteners to avoid extra calories. Certification. Look for IASC or USDA organic certifications. Glass packaging. Packaging in glass bottles can help protect nutrients from degeneration. Interesting. Yeah, now this is the pronunciation in English, in American English. Well, the other part looks confusing, so I'm going to space that out. It looks like a alien language right there. Okay. Okay. All right, how does aloe vera help digestion? Let's see how this works right here. Aloe vera benefits digestion through a variety of mechanisms, with most well known effects being anti inflammatory and laxative. The inner gel contains compounds that can help soothe and heal the digestive tract, while the outer latex has a powerful laxative effect, reduces inflammation. Aloe vera gel contains anti inflammatory fatty acids and antioxidants, which can help calm irritation in the stomach and intestines. This is particularly beneficial for inflammatory conditions like acid reflux, irritable bowel syndrome, and ulcerative colitis. Protects the stomach lining. Aloe vera has demulcent quality. I don't even know what that means. Let's look that up. The term demulcent quality refers to the property of substance that soothes and protects irritated or inflamed mucous membranes. Many demulcents, particularly herbal ones, contain mucilage. This gel-like substance swells when mixed with water, provides the slick protective film that coats mucous membranes. Cooling and soothing. By coating and protecting the irritated area, demulcents offer produce a cooling, calming effect on the tissues. Aloe vera. Scared. That's the alien pronunciation. Alright. Moisturing action. Demulcent increases moisture and dry irritation areas, which is particularly useful for conditions involving excess dryness, such as dry cough and dry skin. Demulcent. Did mule scent. Demulcent. Okay. Alright, this is demulcent. The demulcents can be internally to benefit symptoms. Respiratory tract. They soothe and relieve dry coughs and sore throats by coating the throat's mucosal lining. Digestive tract. They form a protective barrier against stomach acid and other irritants, which can help with conditions like heartburn, acid reflux, and gastritis, and irritable bowel syndrome. Urinary tract. Some demulcent herbs may have indirect soothing effect on the urinary system, helping to relax bladder spasms and inflammation. Yes. Round 10 smoke. Yeah. Scared. Aloe vera smoke session. Aloe vera smoke sesh. That's what this is. All right. When applied to externally to the skin, substances with demulcent quality are called emollients and can help soothe and hydrate burns and rashes and other irritations. Slippery elm. The inner bark contains a high concentration of mucilage, marshmallow root. This herb is well regarded for its mucilage content with a strong soothing effect. Flax seeds. This seeds from a gel when soaked in water and the source of both mucilage and beneficial fatty acids. Scared. Aloe. Aloe. Yeah. Aloe vera. The gel from the inner leaf is well known for demulcent used both internationally and externally. Now, speaking of pronunciations, there's this time where we're talking about Sleepy Hollow, which we will be talking about because we're getting close to Halloween. With a Sleepy Hollow, there's this character called Ichabod, and I always called him Ichabod. Ichabod. I was like reading the article about him, and I was like Ichabod Crane, and it's like they did not tell me the right pronunciation right away because they thought it was funny the way I said it. So my alien pronunciations are gold on this planet. This planet likes the Earthlings love the way us aliens pronounce things. Aloe. Hey, Aloe. They're gonna come up with a rap hook. Aloe. 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 Aloe on Halloween. We got 2 in 1 right there. That's like, I'm gonna aloe these mofos right now. I'm going to show all you aloes exactly what I be about. These aloes cross me wrong. They're going to be. They're going to see a spooky side of me like Halloween. Get them in the spleen. Even with my alien baby face, I could still be mean. Scared. I think I tried flax seeds once and I threw them out. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, aloe vera. The gel from the inner leaf is well known for the demulcent used both internally and externally. Honey. This can act as demulcent, especially in cough mixtures and oh, lozenges to coat the throat and calm the irritation. Oatmeal. The beta glucians in the oatmeal provide a soothing demulcent effect on the digestive tract and skin. Aloe, aloe, a, all day. All right, so the demulcent quality, meaning it can form a protective, soothing layer in the delicate lining of the digestive tract. This can help protect the esophagus and stomach from harsh acids, which is helpful for people with heartburn or acid reflux. Promotes tissue regeneration. The polysaccharides in aloe A, such as glucosamine can help trigger the production of collagen. This process is beneficial for healing, repairing the gut lining, which can be damaged by chronic inflammation. Balances gut bacteria. The polyacids in aloe vera acts as prebiotics, which are food for the beneficial bacteria in your gut, promoting the growth of good bacteria. Aloe helps the balance of gut microbiome, which is essential for proper digestion and overall well-being. Boosts nutrient absorption. Digestive enzymes found in aloe, such as amylase and lipase, can help break down fats and sugars, allowing body to absorb nutrients more efficiently. Hydrates the system. The high water content of aloe vera juice helps keep the body hydrated, which is crucial for maintaining regularity and healthy bowel function. Aids with constipation. The yellow latex from aloe leaf contains compounds called anthrogens, including aleoin. No, wait. The right pronunciation is aloun. Commercial caution of the effects. It is important that most commercial aloe vera juice products are purified and decolorized to remove the latex of heavy latex. However, whole leaf extract containing the latex can cause severe side effects like cramps and diarrhea and is not recommended for long term use. IBS research on aloe vera. The IBS has been mixed with some studies suggesting that help reduce abdominal pain, flatulence, heartburn. Some studies indicate that aloe vera syrup can be as effective as stand medications in reducing symptoms gastroesophageal reflux disease, including heartburn, bleaching, and nausea, with a fewer side effects. Shecky says, I'm glad you dove into this. I eat kefir every day. I'm always interested in keeping my gut healthier or healthier. I guess drink kefir. Okay, I don't even know what that is. I have to look this up. Okay. Aloe, crank that soldier boy. Aloe, crank that soldier boy. Aloe. That would go with that song. That's a very old. That's from That's from the early 2000s. That would have gone. That would have went well with that song. Aloe. All right, so here we go. So I'm looking this up right now. I've never heard of this before. I don't even know how to pronounce it. A flat chew lens. Okay, Miranda, thank you for the right pronunciation of the other word. Okay. Kefir. Kefir. Okay. Let's go to Kefir. Aloe told him. Yes, I like that. Facts. Kefir is a tangy, probiotic-rich fermented beverage similar to drinkable yogurt, but with a more diverse microbial profile. It is made by adding kefir grains, a symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeasts, to a liquid like milk or a sugar water, then allowing it to ferment. This process creates a wide range of potential health benefits. Oh, okay, Miranda. That's what that means. Okay, thank you. The other word. Okay, thanks. Right. There are two main varieties of kefir, distinguished by grains used in formation. Milk kefir. It is traditionally made with cow, goat, or sheep milk, and is also found in non-dairy versions using coconut, soy, or nut milk. The fermentation process breaks down much of the lactose, making it easier to digest many with lactose intolerance. Water kefir is now non-dairy option made by fermenting sugar water, fruit juice, or coconut water with different types of kefir grains. It is lighter, fizzy beverage that is great for vegans or those who want to avoid dairy. It's Aloe told him like Soldier Boy told him. Yes, yes, I caught that. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, facts. And regular consumption of kefir is associated with several health benefits, particularly related to gut health. Boosts gut microbiome diversity. Kefir contains a larger and more diverse collection of probiotic strains than yogurt. A healthy, diverse gut microbiome microbiome is linked to better overall health. Supports digestion. The probiotics in kefir can help regulate bowel movements and alleviate digestive issues like constipation, diarrhea, and bloating. Eases lactose intolerance. The bacteria in milk ease lactose intolerance. The bacteria in milk kefir consume much of the lactose, and the beverage itself contains the enzymes that helps with digestion, allowing many people with lactose intolerance to consume it comfortably. Enhances immunity. Kefir is rich in compounds that stimulate the immune system, has shown antimicrobial effects against some of the pathogens, such as E. coli and Salmonella. Build strong bones. Milk kefir is a source of calcium and other bone building materials and is rich in vitamin K2, which plays a role in calcium metabolism, potential anti inflammatory effects. Some studies have shown that bioactive compounds in kefir may have anti inflammatory properties, which can help soothe conditions like arthritis and eczema. May help with manage blood sugar. There is some evidence to suggest that kefir may help improve blood sugar control in people with type 2 diabetes. Digestive discomfort. When first introduced to the diet, kefir can cause temporary side effects like bloating, gas cramps, or diarrhea. This usually subsides with the body adjusts. Weakened immune systems. People who are immune also compromised should consult a doctor before consuming probiotics like kefir, as there is small risk of infection. Alcohol content. Fermentation produces a small amount of alcohol in kefir. Typically less than 2% of people with alcohol sensitivity are taking certain medications like disulfiram should be aware of this. Pasteurization concerns. Some homemade kefir is made with unpasteurized milk, which carries a risk of harmful bacteria. Always choose pasteurized products or follow proper sanitation for homemade versions. Aloe told him. Oh, hello, Bal. Great to see you. There you go. It's good to see you, Bal. I do miss you as well. And I hope you've been doing okay. I know it's been a while since I've seen you at ABL, and what I've been doing recently, I've been doing a lot of stuff with the these trial chat group I have with the reacting to a Johnny Depp trial and researching crime cases and talking about news and things too, a couple of different things, and I've been doing fine with the trial chat group. I'm glad that you came. I missed you, my Bal, very much, and it's good to have you here. All right. There are key differences between homemade kefir made with live grains and commercially produced kefir. Well, thank you, Devin. Yes, my end. Yeah, my end. Everything's going good. As you saw a moment ago, you got the message that everything's going well on my end, and I've accomplished a lot with the channel. On this channel, I I've been able to do well with like the watch time hours and stuff and views and things like that. Like, so the channel itself is doing very well. And I learned a lot from ABL over there, and shout to him and all of you. And I miss you all very much. And when I can, I come over and tell you all hello. And yeah, that's what I've been doing recently, and just researching different crime cases, talking about other things, and this stuff as well. All right. Store-bought kefir often uses powdered starter culture with fewer strains of bacteria. It is more similar to drinkable yogurt with milder flavor. Additives like thickeners and carbonations may be used to mimic the texture of traditional kefir. And also, what I did, I am monetized, but I have to fix, as I said, I've been so focused on these live streams and this content, I've not gotten around to it, but I did get monetized. I just have to, I did the wrong setting on the Google AdSense, the type of account it is, so I have to go and like fix that. But yeah, so I've gotten like, super chats and stuff, and that's something wild that I was glad to see. So I will bring that feature back, of course, when I get the situation resolved. But yes, I did achieve that as well, and I've been doing these live streams every day, and I've been enjoying it with the me and the myself and the others. All right, so that was the benefits of kefir. Now let's see if anything on the Epstein is going on. All right, something that, although I talk about news to a certain extent, yes, a lot of times recently I've been reacting to the Johnny Depp trial, which I believe has a cultural significance to it, and about people could be incarcerated or accused of something they didn't do. So I do think although in the trial chat world we will focus on trials and true crime stuff, it's a little bit different than the news and politics, but I still think that it's important to review it for anybody. And I do think in the trial chat world, you have the same type of dynamics, you have the same type of politics in it. It's quite similar. Oh, it says this article came out a couple of hours ago about the Epstein thing, and then I'll be getting over to the Johnny Depp trial reactions. All right. All right. Donald Trump was an FBI informant on Jeffrey Epstein. Republican Mike Johnson claims. Well, of course, don't know what is true, what isn't true. These are simply just claims. All right. So let's see what this is about. The Donald Trump was an FBI informant on convicted pedophile Jeff Epstein. A senior Republican has claimed that Mike Johnson also told CNN that Trump thought that Epstein did was a terrible, unspeakable evil, that U.S. president had been misrepresented throughout the controversy over the files during the second term. Mr. Johnson's comments come for a month of speculation regarding a client list the Attorney General Pam Bondi said in February was sitting on his desk. Wall Street Journal later reported that Miss Bondi had informed Mr. Trump that his name... Okay, Miranda, understood. Sitting on her desk, Wall Street Journal later reported that Miss Bondi had informed Mr. Trump that his name had appeared in several times in a list which is understood to have included names of influential figures associated with the sixth offender. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that he was doing anything with anybody that was wrong. It basically means that he just knew a lot of people, and Epstein associated himself with the most influential people to try to make himself look more reputable. Like we talked before, he funded Harvard, and he was around. So it doesn't mean that he was involved with that. He could have just been on a flight log. It is quite common knowledge, but it doesn't mean he was doing anything with the youngsters. And Trump said he never went on the island either. Now, in my opinion, people come up with their own opinions about it. Now, and I do think with the Epstein thing, there's a lot of stuff that's been going on with immigration. There's things been going on with the inflation, or foreign trade, stuff like that. And he has stopped with getting the farmland back to America and not having the Chinese companies buy these things. So I do think it's important to have that type of concept there with other things are going on besides this, but I do think there's a reputation of the country, and people want to see justice about things. That is what people want this cleared up, and they think it was mishandled. So I do think that it may not be, it may be something different than other stuff, but I do think there is an important significance to it over other factors, in my opinion. All right. Miranda said he was on the flight logging. Guess how many times? Once, from what I read, when they released the files and redacted them after that. That's interesting, Miranda. I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing that. I didn't know, and I don't know what I don't know about this. This whole thing's really a mystery. So thank you, Miranda. Epstein was found deleted in his cell in August 2019 and 19, while awaiting trial on a number of sex trafficking charges. His deletion was ruled a self-deletion, but had promoted countless conspiracy theories and public skepticism. That's his mugshot. Trump had initially been friends with Epstein in the 90s and early 2000s and has been pictured with disgraced financier, but severed ties with him after an agreement at the Mar-a-Lago club in Florida. What Trump is referring to is the hoax that the Democrats are using to try to attack him, Johnson said. I've talked about this many times, and many times he is horrified. It's been misrepresented that he's not saying what Epstein did is a hoax. It's terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. Mr. Johnson added, when he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant that tried to take his stuff down. Now, Virginia Giuffre, who we've talked about on here, she had a thing going on with... She was at Mar-a-Lago, and then Epstein used Maxwell to recruit her. So she was originally at Mar-a-Lago. The controversy has divided the MAGA camp, with even loyal supporters of the president, including Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson, calling for greater transparency. Republican Thomas Macy of Kentucky and Democrat Ro Khanna of California are also campaigning for discharge pension in the House of Representatives that would force a vote publicly releasing the entirety of the government's Epstein case information. On Wednesday, a group of victims and their families held a press conference to support the discharge pension, intensifying the pressure on the White House. Meanwhile, Democrat of Justice has said it has found no evidence of client list that was kept by the P-file. In the previous years, Mr. Trump has speculated that it was possible Epstein had been murdered and called for a full investigation in 2019. However, last week he described it as a hoax, saying, from what I understand, I could check, but what I understand, thousands of pages of documents have been given, but it's really a Democrat hoax because they've trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant. Okay? Let's go over here. Now about to show the Depp trial. Okay. Now going this way. Now we're gonna play some reactions to the, I'll play the Johnny Depp trial and react to it.
All right, Mr. Wigman, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As soon as you ask him his first question, he should pop up there.
He'll come up then?
Yeah,
Okay.
cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wiggum, you testified that you closed a deal for Mr. Depp for Pirate 6 with him acting as Jack Sparrow. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Wiggum, could you do me a favor and just count from 1 to 5 for me so I can get you on my big screens here?
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm not getting on this. There he is.
There we go.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I'm sorry.
But in fact, Mr. Wiggum, it's not true that Mr. Depp ever had a contract with Disney for Pirate 6. Isn't that correct?
Can you explain that question or that position?
Have you ever seen a contract that provides for Mr. Depp to play Pirate 6?
To the best of my knowledge, my memory, myself and my partner closed an optional picture deal for the amount of money of what that picture would be for Johnny.
And you would make sure to have that in writing, wouldn't you?
You know, that would normally go through legal counsel in terms of the codification of it.
Do you have any explanation for why there exists nothing, no piece of paper, nothing suggesting that Mr. Depp ever had a deal with Disney for Pirate 6?
Objection, lack of foundation, compound.
Oh, I'll allow it.
So I often close, when I was an agent, we would work on many deals where I actually wouldn't see contracts. They were verbal in nature. And then, you know, especially on optional pictures, just so there was an understanding of what the money would be.
So do you have an explanation why there is not even a piece of paper, not an email, not a text, not a document, nothing that suggests that Mr. Depp is going to be in Pirate 6 as Jack Sparrow?
Objection, asked and answered.
I don't believe it was.
So overruled, I'll allow it.
I mean, if you're asking me my opinion, it wouldn't necessarily be alarming because that would be a conversation usually to understand. Disney's going to want to know: are we on the same? Page about what the money's going to be? And most of that conversation, if I remember correctly, was also with one of Johnny's lawyers at the time.
Okay, and so you have, so Johnny's lawyer was discussing this, but there's no document. Do you have an explanation for that?
You may know better than me if there is a document, but that was Jake Bloom, you know, at the time, I believe, if memory serves me correct.
All right. But would it be fair to say that you have never seen a document that provides that Mr. Depp was going to be in Pirate 6?
It would be fair to say that it was consistent with a lot of the conversations that I would have on behalf of big stars, where it was verbal and there was an understanding of what the deal was going to be.
Mr. Wiggum, if you could please answer my question.
Objection, harassment. He did answer the question.
I'll allow you. Want to ask your question? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sure.
Judy,
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Judy, can you read that back? Thank you.
Sorry.
All right, so would it be fair to say that you have never seen a document that provides that Mr. Depp was going to be in Pirate 6?
It would be fair to say that I have not seen a document on pirates. Now, just so you know, normally I would always
Mr. Wiggum,
connect.
Mr. Wiggum, I don't need you to give me extra. I just want you to answer mine. I just want to know, have you ever seen a document that says Mr. Depp is going to be in Pirates 6?
I only to fully answer the question though. I think there's some context.
That's an easy yes or no.
would
Have
fit
you
that.
seen a document?
Technically, I perhaps have because it connects to all the other Pirates films. It's just a modification of a new document. So I have not seen 22.5 million written on a page. You're correct about that.
Okay. Now, you, in fact, had discussions back in 2016 and 2017 with Mr. Bailey, Sean Bailey. You talked about him a little bit ago, right?
Yeah.
And you also had discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer in 2016 and 2017, correct?
Yes.
About Mr. Depp potentially being in Pirates 6, correct? And then you had discussions in 2018 with Mr. Bailey, and he was quite non-committal about whether Mr. Depp would be in Pirates 6, correct?
Objection, hearsay?
That's fine.
All right.
Okay. Given that he was able to,
I'll sustain as to hearsay. It is hearsay.
Okay.
All right.
so you determined, Mr. Wiggum, that by the fall of 2018, it was very likely that Mr. Depp was not going to be in Pirates 6. Is that correct?
It's a two-pronged answer from my perspective, because there was really two individuals involved in that decision. I would say Jerry Bruckheimer and Sean Bailey. Jerry Bruckheimer in the fall of 2018 really wanted Johnny in that next film, and Sean was non-committal, as you said.
And Mr. Bruckheimer made it clear to you that Mr. Bailey was the one who gets to decide because he's Disney, right?
Ultimately, and he also wanted to be the tip of the spear to really try to convince Sean.
Okay. Now, do you recall?
Thank you.
Do you recall having your deposition taken on January 20, 2021? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, with you.
Okay. Can you pull that up, Michelle, please? Thank you. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 44. And Mr. Wiggum, you were under oath at the time of this deposition, correct? Correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Line 10. This is page 44, line 10. The question, do you recall approximately when in 2018 you inferred from your discussion with Mr. Bailey that the likelihood of Mr. Depp being in Pirates 6 was not high or was going away? And your answer at that time was, if memory serves me, the latter part of 2018 maybe. Question, when you say latter, is that any time from August to December, or what are you thinking? Answer, I would say fall, maybe, October, November, December, in that area. Do you recall giving that testimony under oath at that time?
I do now that I see it, yes.
Okay. And in fact, there were quite a few things going on earlier in 2018 that might have had a bit of an impact on Mr. Depp's reputation. Would you agree?
It might help if you
Refresh
I'm
your
not-
recollection? Sure. And before I go there, though, I think you said that the reason it was so catastrophic for Mr. Depp for the op-ed was because it was a first-person account of Johnny, right? Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't it a first-person account when Ms. Heard filed for the TRO in 2016?
So that would have predated any relationship I had to Johnny, so I had no knowledge of that.
Okay, so you don't know whether it was catastrophic then?
If you're asking me my opinion on something I don't know, I can form an opinion right now. It's a court document and probably a little different than an op-ed in the Washington Post. But I would agree it's not now that I'm forming an opinion, that it's not a great headline for sure.
When you read the op-ed, did you read it online or did you read it in the actual Post paper?
I don't remember.
Well, let's pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.
You know, with Elaine, she's very annoying and she's very condescending. This is a reason why she lost. It's just the way she presented herself wasn't really that nice. You know. All right. And just not likable and condescending to the witnesses.
Does this refresh your recollection?
Very hard for me to see. Is that just the paper?
We're going to try to scroll in a little bit more.
Again, just you can help me. Is that the paper? Is
Yes.
that the article?
Yes, that's the Washington Post.
So, what's the question? Sorry.
Does this help refresh your recollection of whether you saw it in print or whether you saw it online?
It does not, but I'll tell you that I did not typically pick up the Washington Post,
Okay, and so while we're sitting, if you can, just for a second, you're saying that then 2 years ago I became, oops, I better not do that. Let's clear that one. Then 2 years ago I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. That's this first person from Ms. Heard that's catastrophic for Mr. Depp. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that it reads like a victim statement from someone involved and the recipient, and it became a bit of a death nail, catastrophic thing for Mr. Depp in the Hollywood community.
All right, well, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 99. Now, there was, in fact, an article published in the Sun newspaper by Dan Wooten, the editor-in-chief, on April 27, 2018. Do you recall that?
Now that I'm looking at it.
Does that refreshes your recollection? And in fact,
Yes.
This article calls Mr. Depp a wife beater, does it not?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll allow it for them.
You know what? I can't see the print even with these glasses, but
All right. Well,
I'll take your word for it.
Well, the title here is How Can J.K. Rowling Be Genuinely Happy Casting Wife-Beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film?
Objection,
Do you see
hearsay,
that?
Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
Okay.
You know, in calling, you see how this really demolished his reputation. I'm not saying he was perfect, but these allegations to this extent was extremely messed up and ruining his whole life and his career over something that he didn't do because she was mad at him. So that's why I think it is good we have this trial to show an example of why this behavior isn't good. People accuse others of something they didn't do, so it is very unfortunate that happened to him, but it's good eventually he was acquitted of it. So that's just an example about him being what J.K. Rowling said. Everybody, people were believing he was doing these abusive things and he wasn't. So, yeah, that's why it's good to have trials and these, the American system that we have.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of this exhibit. I think at this point, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, but it's going to offer, he's testified to comparisons of other articles. He's testifying to the impact of the op-ed. I think it's, in fairness, we should be able to put this in and be able to make the comparisons.
It's clearly hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the
It's
objection.
not offered to prove the
I'll
truth of the matter asserted, Your
I'll
Honor.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Well, let's go to the third page. No, let's go to the fourth page. So it has A5, I think is what I'm trying to get to. So it says paragraph 7. So do you recall that it says in here,
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
She's just trying to backdoor your ruling.
Mr. Wiggum, the article also had pictures, did it not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether it had a picture of Ms. Heard?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't recall.
Can we go to the 8th page? I'm showing you the picture right now. Does that refresh your recollection?
Your Honor, hearsay, lack of foundation.
I'll allow it.
It doesn't speak to my impression of when I read it or how I read it, but I see the photo. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and in fact, it shows bruises on it, doesn't it? On Ms. Heard's face?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
That would be what I see, yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and against Dan Wooten for this article, correct?
I believe so.
June 13, 2018. Let's pull up 1599, defendants 1599. Does this refresh your recollection?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Just for refreshing recollection, I'll allow.
Just so I understand the question, you're asking, does it refresh a memory that Johnny filed suit against the Sun?
Yes, and Dan Wooten. On June 13, 2018.
Sure.
Okay.
Now that I'm looking at it, yeah.
All right. And he did so in the UK, in the High Court of Justice, correct?
I believe so. You would know better than I.
Okay. And if we can just turn to page 9. And do you recall that Mr. Depp alleged that that article had caused him serious harm to his personal and professional reputation?
Objection, hearsay, calls for speculation.
I'll allow the question.
Thank you.
No, I don't recall.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at paragraph 11. And let me see if I
I
can
need
get
new glasses.
Okay.
Sorry. I can barely.
I'm gonna-
I wish, Your Honor, is there a way to even make that screen bigger on mine? I wish I had better glasses and more technologically savvy.
They can make it a little bigger, but I think that's about as far as it can go.
I'm going to try to highlight it here so that might help you a little bit. Let me switch the color. So do you recall that Mr. Depp alleged that the article in the Sun newspaper by Dan Wooten had caused serious harm to the claimant's personal and professional reputation?
if you're asking me, I don't recall it. I was not involved in that case at all. I'm able to read what's in front of me.
But you don't recall it, and you don't recall if that had any impact.
Big Holga rule on her head. Like, what's on her head? She's got, she needs some aloe to take that away. Scared. Yeah, it's like her and her attorney had some of the most ridiculous looks. And yeah, certainly with her Amber Turd's hairdo is quite iconic. Yes. All right. So anyway,
On Disney in 2018.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. Do you recall that Mr. Depp also alleged that he was caused significant distress and embarrassment by the publication of that article?
No, that I don't recall that.
Okay.
I say that because I just was not involved in that case.
All right.
My memory of that was it was a tabloid, and the lawyers were in.
All right. Michelle, you can take that down. Thank you. Now, there was a trial in the UK, was there not, on Mr. Depp's claims of libel against Dan Wooten and the Sun?
I believe so.
And it was in July of 2020, was it not?
I don't remember the date, actually.
All right. And it lasted 3 weeks? Do you recall that?
I don't, but I'll take your word for it.
Do you recall there being an enormous amount of publicity surrounding that trial?
Objection calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
He said he did. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Wiggum, you said you did recall that?
Asked and answered.
I'll allow it.
I remember there being press around it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, do you recall that Mr. Depp gave testimony for 4 days?
Not specifically. I don't.
Do you recall that Ms. Heard gave testimony for 4 days?
I don't recall any specific memory of who testified for how long or any details within the case.
Do you recall there being many, many witnesses testifying on that case?
I think I'd revert to my answer just now.
Okay. And the press that surrounded that case, do you recall it being focusing on things like Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Same answer.
Do you recall there being the kitchen video being shown repeatedly?
Objection. Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. Surrounding Mr. Depp's alcohol and drug use.
I think I answered that.
Oh, that's right. I was on the video,
recall.
the kitchen video. Do you recall there being the kitchen video being played pretty repeatedly in the press?
No, I don't.
Do you recall a lot of pictures of Ms. Heard reflecting bruises, cuts, injuries?
I think, just to be clear, I don't recall anything that was going on within the case. I was always consumed with next film and TV opportunities, and that was being handled by the lawyers. That's my memory.
Do you recall, I just have a couple more to ask you on this, do you recall there being allegations of at least 14 incidents of domestic violence against Ms. Heard in that trial?
I do not, with specificity. Same answer.
Now, could we bring up exhibit number 1 again, plaintiffs? Now, Mr. Wiggum, do you know who wrote Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. This has to change?
You're talking about the title?
Yes.
I wouldn't say that I would have assumed it was Ms. Heard.
You assumed, but you don't know, do you?
I do not.
Okay. And were you aware that there were also 3 pleaded incidents of sexual violence in the UK trial against Ms. Heard by Mr. Depp?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, your testimony is, you can take that down now, thank you. Your testimony is that since some point in 2020, Mr. Depp has not had any more movie opportunities, is that correct?
Sorry, repeat the date.
When is the last time Mr. Depp had a movie opportunity?
The last film that he shot was Minamata, to the best of my memory.
All right. And in fact, do you know whether the article that was in the UK, the ensuing lawsuit that was brought by Mr. Depp, and the ensuing trial and all the publicity, do you know whether that had any impact on Mr. Depp's career?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Do you know whether the collection of all of those items I just listed had an impact on Mr. Depp's career?
Remind me of the dates that you're asking about.
So the answer, I take it, is no, you don't know, correct?
I'm just trying to make sure I give you a correct answer so I understand the question. You referenced after 2020.
Okay,
Is that what you're saying?
the article was April of 2018. The lawsuit was June of 2018. The trial was July of 2020. What opportunities has Mr. Depp had since July 2020?
Since July 2020, he has not done a film.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Johnny's attorneys always do an excellent job at what they do. They always do great.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Wiggum. Do you recall Ms. Bredehoft asked you questions about whether you ever actually saw a document containing the $22.5 million deal for Mr. Depp for Pirate 6? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall when you were trying to answer her question, you said you needed a little more context? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And would you please now provide the jury that context so they can have a fuller understanding of what your testimony is?
So often on a franchise movie, when you're dealing with big stars and you're talking about future optional pictures, you engage at the high level, meaning the president or the top of the studio, to get an understanding of what that deal is going to be. They then get papered, typically, when I say papered, amended, because it's based on the same contract, usually, that's been in existence. And it would get, sometimes we don't see paperwork or get paperwork until the film is happening.
And Mr. Wiggum, on a similar line, Ms. Bredehoft asked you some questions about whether after this deal was done, it was starting to trend badly with respect to Disney and not so, and still well with respect to Mr. Bruckheimer in the fall of 2018. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
when was it that Disney made the final decision as to whether Mr. Depp would be in Pirate 6?
I'll sustain the objection. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Wiggum, it may have been trending badly as of that time, but Disney had not gone in the other direction, correct?
No.
So the
Overruled,
email
I'll
you
allow
showed me
it.
earlier,
You may
the
continue.
email you showed me earlier was 2 days after the op-ed, and I was saying that Disney had never said that Johnny would not be in the film as of that date.
Overruled.
And my testimony is the exact same as the deposition, which is it was trending badly in the late fall on behalf of Disney, but Jerry Bruckheimer and I were lobbying to make it happen, and so we had hope, and it became clear to me in early 2019 that it was over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiggum. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wiggum, since you're subject to recall, you're still subject to the rule on witnesses, so you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody and you cannot watch any of the trial, okay, sir?
Okay.
All right, but you're free for today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, your next witness?
Your Honor, before we call the next witness, may we approach briefly for a
Okay,
moment?
sure.
Hello, Anna. It's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. We're watching, and they were saying in this that J.K. Rowling was talking about Johnny in a bad way for doing what he did to Amber. It just shows you how influential Amber Heard was to try to get people to be against him. Really wrecked him. They really wrecked him. But thankfully this helped bring that to pass. And I hope you're having a good day, Anna. Thank you for being here. You're welcome.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and penalty of law?
Yes.
Good, how are you doing, sir? Good afternoon. You can sit down, sir. That's fine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marks.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Richard Edward Marks.
And Mr. Marks, where do you live?
I live in Hollywood.
Would you tell us a little bit about your education?
All right, now regarding to Hollywood, this guy Richard Marx, I remember this one very clearly. He did a lot of the movies in the '80s and in the past. Like he did stuff with Rocky, and yeah, very interesting individual right here. Yeah, and I think that his commentary on this was very good.
Educational background, sir?
I'm a product of the public school system in Los Angeles, and I went to UCLA undergraduate, and I'm a graduate of the UCLA School of Law.
When did you graduate from UCLA School of Law?
I graduated in 1973, and I've been an officer of the courts since then, almost 50 years.
Where do you work?
I work at my own law firm, Richard Marks and Associates.
What is Richard Marks and Associates?
It is a transactional entertainment law firm, and we represent individuals, writers, directors, actors, books, but authors. But mainly we represent producers who are developing a product, if you will, to be produced and then exploited on television, features, streaming, things like that.
When you say a transactional law firm, what do you mean by that?
What I do is make deals. They're transactions. I'm a deal guy. So my whole practice, all these decades, has been about getting to yes. How do you make a deal? And then how do you get it documented so people sign it and then are able, it's clear enough that it can be administered and people can know what to do after you've made the deal.
Specifically, what types of clients do you work with?
Well, as I said, I work with all kinds of clients, but my bigger clients and the bulk of my practice is representing producers who produce, they develop and they produce content for exploitation.
Are there any particular clients that you can identify?
Yeah, I've been working for a long time with ITV, which is a huge British company with worldwide reach in entertainment. They produce The Voice, Love Island, and right now I've done all the development legal work on a miniseries that's about to shoot in France and England, starring Michael Douglas as Benjamin Franklin. It's based on a novel that we optioned, I helped them option years ago. Then scripts were written for the 8 hours. Then Michael Douglas was engaged, the director was engaged, and I do all those contracts, and that's ITV. Another one of my big clients is Village Roadshow. They're an Australian company. They partner with Warner Brothers and they produce movies like Matrix, Aquaman, Scooby-Doo. Right now, I am working on a television series for them, doing the legal production, and before that it was development, but the production legal work on a reboot of the old College Bowl show, where two colleges come together with teams and answer questions, and here they're going to win scholarships. And the hosts are Peyton Manning and Eli Manning. So that's currently what I'm working on for Village Roadshow.
Any other clients?
And I would say my third big client is a company called Media Rights, MRC, and they produce movies and TV shows. Recently, I've done a lot of work for them. They are finishing up a miniseries that I'm doing the legal work on for Apple, starring Billy Crudup. We just finished a miniseries for them called Terminal List with Chris Pratt. That's for Amazon. And we recently finished a miniseries doing the legal deal making for MRC on a show called The Shrink Next Door, which is aired. It starred Will Ferrell and Paul Rudd. And then I can't leave out my longest client, which is the producers of Bosch for Amazon. It's got to be 9-10 years ago when we went into Amazon. They had never produced a series, and we negotiated a deal for Michael Conley's book series, and we cast Titus Welliver as Bosch. They wouldn't order a series, they would only order a pilot. And now, in the next few days, what I call the 8th season, but which is the first season of the spinoff, will be available on IMDb TV instead of on Amazon, but Amazon owns IMDb TV. And we're right now writing the 9th season. So I've had this long run with this one particular series.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the types of deals that you work on for these clients?
Well, when you think of a series or a motion picture, and you see the credits, there's hundreds of credits there. And every one of those people, you have to make a deal with them, and you have to paper it so that they sign it. and you know what to pay them, and what is there a guild involved, a union? What are their services? And what I do is all of that, soup to nuts, many times. Sometimes I work with in-house counsel or other attorneys, and we split up the work. But basically, you want to produce a movie or a show. You might option a book. I do that deal. You might hire a writer. Then you might get a director, then a line producer, a UPM, first AD. Then you start hiring your cast. Then you start making location deals. Then you start renting equipment and props and getting releases for photos you might show or for people who might end up on camera. And then when you're done shooting, you're making deals for merchandising and deals with distributors. And in the old days, might have been for a DVD or for merchandising, a doll. And so it's really, what I do is make deals. And all deals, I've been doing it for almost 50 years, but they're all the same. They have elements of time, money, credit, rights, and perks. And I have approached deals that way so that I've made myself relevant. When I started out, there were 3 networks and big studios. And an attorney said, well, I'm a TV lawyer or I'm a feature lawyer. I just said, I'm a transactional lawyer. And so I've been able to adapt and make deals with Netflix, Quibi, YouTube, you name it. I've made deals. I mean, I recently made a deal with Hellman's Mayonnaise for an actress who is going to be an influencer for them on the web, and it was it was a good payday for this actress. But that's the way I look at deals. I'm a deal maker, and that's my practice.
Mr. Marks, you testified that you have been working in the entertainment industry almost 50 years. How did you get started in the entertainment industry?
I got started in the entertainment industry by being born in Hollywood, and it's our town industry, if you will. And I've always been interested in it. And when I went to UCLA, I took all the film classes there were. And when I went to UCLA Law School, it was by design because, number one, I couldn't afford the big law school, so UCLA was a public school. It was virtually free. I went to UCLA Law School because if you want to practice entertainment law in Hollywood, you go to UCLA or USC. Those are the schools where you kind of create your contacts and your network. And at UCLA, they had some of the best professors who taught entertainment law-related subjects. So I took copyright, trademark, entertainment contracts, if you will. I took everything entertainment-related. And that's how I kind of built the foundation for then my after-law school career.
What did you do after you graduated from law school?
Well, I wanted to do entertainment and transaction law, but I realized I could earn a little bit more money if I went into entertainment litigation, suing over copyrights and trademarks. And so I took the highest paying job that I could get out of law school, and was in 1973. And I did IP litigation, disputes over copyrights, trademarks, disputes over rights, things like that. And I was a low-level litigator, doing depositions or motions, certainly not sitting at the, examining witnesses, except it might be in a deposition. And I did that for about, it was my first year out of law school.
What did you do after that?
Well, after that, I kind of made a decision that being a litigator wasn't for me, that I wanted to make deals, that I wanted my career to be about getting to yes. And that involved a lot of conflict sometimes, but the goal was to get to yes so that both parties could work together. Because the goal was working together and creating the TV show, not making the deal. The deal makers had to step away so that you closed the deal and then people could live with that deal. And so I went to a transactional law firm, and I was there a couple years, and I made deals.
What kind of projects did you work on when you transitioned into that deal-making role?
Well, this is, mid-1970s, and this law firm was hot, if you will. And, some of my classmates were there. That's how I got the job. I had to take a cut in pay to go there. I'll never forget, I'm the second chair attorney in a big conference room at Fox, and we're trying to close a deal for our young client, George Lucas, to make a film called Star Wars, a Western space movie. And Fox would not give us the budget or the salary he wanted. And this is the God's honest truth. We said, okay, give us the merchandising. And famously, they gave us the merchandising because they didn't think there was value there. And that's how much our business has changed. While I was at my first transactional firm, we also worked for a client. His name is Sylvester Stallone. His claim to fame is that he was a character actor, but he had written a script that all the major stars wanted to play. They wanted to play the role Rocky. And he said, I will not sell this script unless I play Rocky. And no one was happy about that. And the deal we made was he got to play the role, but it was a very low budget, and he hardly had a dressing room. He hardly had any perks. He wasn't happy about it, but we were able to make up for that in the deals for Rocky 2, 3. And that's the type of deals. It was, at that entertainment transactional firm, we weren't representing major companies, if you will. We were representing artists, writers, directors, talent, like individuals. We weren't representing the companies I do now, like ITV or Village Roadshow.
How long were you at that law firm?
I was at that firm for a couple years.
What did you do after that?
After that, I made a decision that I wanted to go in-house where the full-time business was making product, and it was very tied to production, and I wanted to move away from law firms at that moment. And my first in-house job was for the Ziegler Discount Agency, which was one of the premier literary agencies in town. We represented writers and books and estates of books. And at that time, in late 70s, early 80s, if you wanted to hire a writer or a book, or option a book, there were three places you went. You went to Swifty, which he's kind of famous, Swifty Lazar's Oscar parties, or you went to Swanee, H.L. Swanson, or you went to Ziggy, and I worked for Ziggy.
Did you work for any other companies in an in-house capacity as a deal maker?
Oh yeah. With Ziggy, we made deals for the book The Princess Bride. We did a lot of. We worked for William Goldman, that was his book and his screenplay, and it was a fabulous experience. But that firm was bought by ICM, a much bigger agency, and then I moved to Paramount. That's where I next went, and at Paramount, I was the attorney on the series Cheers and the series Family Ties, which was the break for the young son, Michael J. Fox. And then I did something because I have never said I'm just a TV lawyer. I'm a deal maker. I get to yes. And it's sort of unheard of, but I moved from network television doing the deals for Cheers and Family Times. I moved to features at Paramount because you can earn a little more money in features. And I was married, and I had a child. And in features, I was assigned to do the development and production work for a producer, who's in this case Jerry Bruckheimer, and I also served. They had an overall deal with Eddie Murphy, so I did the legal work on his films like Beverly Hills Cop, Coming to America, things like that. And I was at Paramount about 4 years.
Where'd you go after Paramount?
After Paramount, I got this opportunity to head up business and legal affairs in the feature division for Jerry Weintraub's studio. Jerry was famous at the time for Karate Kid and Ocean's 11, and he represented, Elvis and Frank Sinatra in music, and John Denver.
All right, so this is the attorney that deals with movies and pictures, stuff like that. So he's talking about his experience. He's talking about his experience with these different films throughout the decades that he dealt with, and that they're bringing it around to Depp's case and how he dealt with Depp. I was thinking of the word circle back. That's what I was thinking of. He was going to circle back and how it has to do with a Depp's trial. All right, so he was just talking about different movies that he's helped produce. I remember when this was live. It was very interesting. To us, at least.
But this was his motion picture company, and I was in features, and we made a film called Troop Beverly Hills, which is starring Shelley Long. We made another film, The Big Blue. We acquired a film library. He was positioning himself to be a major company until he went bankrupt. And that was one of his only failures.
Where'd you go after that?
After Jerry Weintraub, I went to Disney, and I filled in for a year for the head of legal and features, who was on maternity leave and taking a family leave. And so I headed up legal on films like Dick Tracy, Madonna was in that, Rocketeer, another live action film. But what I really remember about my time at Disney is they were revamping the animation department, and they wanted to make a different kind of Disney animated film. And part of it, in the old days, Disney animated films, the voices weren't advertised. They weren't the stars of the movie. Disney was the star, or Dumbo was the star, but the voices were hardly known. And we broke that mold, and it was the first deal where we paid real money to someone to do a voice. Was a deal I made with Robin Williams to voice Aladdin. And it changed the whole history of Disney and feature animation. I worked on Beauty and the Beast, and it was a tremendous experience to be involved with them.
After you worked at Disney, did you continue to fill in-house deal-making roles?
Yeah, I continued my in-house road, even in the world that I could see was consolidating, and it was going to be more and more difficult to stay in-house. After Disney, I went to a company called Media Home Entertainment, and they put up money for films, and for their investment, they got the VHS cassette rights. So Media Home Entertainment was one of the producers, investors in the Nightmare on Elm Street series and Blue Velvet. And what they got was the right to sell video cassettes. They also manufactured and sold the Jane Fonda videos or the NFL videos. And it was a great business, except the studios realized, are we crazy? Why are we letting another company sell video? We should keep that in-house. And so I was not only head of legal, but I was on the board of directors, and we sold the company.
Hello, Rita. Good to see you. How's everything with your husband? And I want to let you know that G and her daughter were praying for you. They prayed for you the other night and continuing to do that for you. All right. I just want to give you that update. So good to see you, Rita, and everyone else coming through.
Company to Fox so that they could take in the assets and eliminate a competitor.
Where'd you go after that?
After Media Home Entertainment, I went to a company called Kushner Lock. It was it was at a time in the business there were hundreds of independent producing companies because the networks couldn't produce for themselves. There were laws preventing it. And Kushner Lock, we produced Pinocchio with Jonathan Taylor Thomas. We produced a small movie called Freeway. It was Reese Witherspoon's one of her first roles. And it was, I was there for 8 years. It was a good long run until they, as all those independent companies ultimately did, not all, most, they went bankrupt after 8 years.
What did you do after that?
Now, you can see I'm still chasing the in-house world. I went to a company, Nelvana. They were a Canadian animation company, but they had this big office in LA. I headed up business and legal. We manufactured, made, produced animated television series like Care Bears and merchandising also. Babar, Big Bear, Little Bear, all sorts of animated subjects and merchandising deals and cartoons, if you will. And then that Canadian company closed the LA office and moved back to Canada. I didn't want to move back to Canada. And so my last in-house situation, I went to Universal Network Television, and I did business and legal affairs on Just Shoot Me, television series, a series starring Josh Brolin called Mr. Sterling. It was kind of patterned on Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. And at the same time I was at Universal Network Television, I consulted with Nickelodeon Features, and I helped them sort of build out their feature products. They were on the Paramount lot. I had been at Paramount for a long time, and we worked on films such as SpongeBob, the animated film. And then when that consulting ended and NBC came in and bought Universal, that ended my job at Universal, and I made the decision I would go back and be a lawyer at a law firm.
What types of work were you doing when you went back to the law firms?
When I went back to the law firm, I did a lot of, I worked on their clients, and I helped a financier, Robert Sillerman, in effect buy the American Idol brand. I worked with Barry Gordy's company, trying to turn some of his world into theatrical plays. I worked with the Nat King Cole estate, trying to do things. So it was a lot of reality. I remember I worked with J. Walter Thompson, and they were, in effect, creating advertising opportunity branding. And then the one that sticks in my mind is I helped, George Foreman market things so that he made a deal to be the face of a thing called the George Foreman Grill. And it was a good practice.
Mr. Marks, you testified that you now are at a law firm called Richard Marks and Associates. When did you start that firm?
Well, after the firm I just told you about was called Greenberg Traurig. It's a large international firm. I moved to a firm called The Point Media in 2006, and I was there for 14 years, doing much the same work that I do now. And then in 2020, right at the start of the pandemic, I went out on my own and formed Richard Marks and Associates.
Over the course of your career, what, if any, changes have you observed in the deal-making space in the entertainment industry?
Well, before I got involved in the business, most deals for writers were how much money per week and how many weeks. When I got into the business, it was already more complicated. But through my decades, all that's happened has gotten more and more complicated. Still the essential elements of time, money, credit, perks, money, whatever. But it's gotten more complicated. You had to deal with merchandising. You had to deal with sequels. You had to deal with all sorts of derivative works, video games, you name it, publicity, promotion. It all expanded so that making a deal that might have been, simple 30 years before now was a major production. And lawyers became integral. You couldn't do a deal without someone who was going to dive into the boilerplate and make sure that it was right.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch gears a little bit. I don't know if you would like to break now for lunch.
That's fine. If you could approach us for a moment, just a minute.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245? And this is already in evidence, so permission to please publish. If we could scroll down to the second page. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
All right.
Or the third, perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same, when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defense Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence. And if we could scroll down, please. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I did, yes.
And when's the first time that you saw this statement?
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August 2020.
After you saw these statements for the first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, the statements.
In what publication?
No, off the bat, I didn't know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me. I didn't know where they'd come from, or where they ended up. Or
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
Yes, I do, yes.
And what is your response to that? It's not exactly true. Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Well, no, yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done 2 shows at the Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock in Rio concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. Miss Heard had wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back.
All right, I'm going to review about this trial. I will answer your questions. Joyce, I'll answer your questions. All right, here we go. Wrong one. It was this. Okay, let's see here. As of September 25, Paul Carrillo is awaiting trial for the 2018 quadruple murder of his brother's family, Colts Neck, New Jersey. His trial has faced multiple delays, including recent rulings on evidence and admissibility. It's not Paul. Okay, I'll research that one too, Moki. So this is not the same person. It's Samantha Krebs, but I'm going to talk about this other one that will be happening in January, allegedly. The murders. On November 20, 2018, Keith Carrillo and his wife Jennifer and their 2 children, 8-year-old Sophia and 11-year-old Jesse, were found deleted in their Colts Neck mansion. Keith had been shot while Jennifer and the children were both stabbed and shot. The house was set on fire in an alleged attempt to cover the crime. Motive. The prosecutors allege that Paul Carrillo, who worked with his brother in technology and pest control business, deleted the family for financial reasons. Paul was reportedly stealing money from his brother and feared being discovered. The cover-up. Hours before the fire at his brother's home, Paul Carrillo allegedly set his own house in Ocean Township on fire with his wife, daughters inside, though they escaped unharmed. Prosecutors contended this was a ruse to make it appear the entire family was being targeted. The trial delays. Carrillo's trial, originally set for September 25, was again pushed back to a later date after the state Supreme Court granted prosecutors the leave to appeal an evidence ruling. Evidence suppression. In June 25, a judge ruled that video footage showing Carrillo tampering with his home security system cannot be used in court because it was initially seized without a warrant. DNA evidence. Earlier 25, a judge approved of the use of DNA evidence analyzed with controversial SNR software. All right. Now, the other one she's talking about, okay, is this other one, Samantha Krebs. All right, Samantha Krebs is on trial for the murder of fiance Appleton, Wisconsin, in July 24. She was accused of fatally stabbing him in their apartment and then leaving the scene. As of September 25, her trial is underway, and recent developments including witness testimony and admission of the evidence incident. On okay, Joyce, understood. The incident on July 18, 24, Krebs' fiance was found with a fatal stab wound to his heart. Witnesses who arrived after being stabbing told the police that Krebs had instructed them to lie and say the victim stabbed himself before leaving. Krebs allegedly kissed the victim and told them she loved him. Evidence. A key piece of evidence is a handwritten 6-page play-by-play of the night's events, which was found in a binder believed to be written by Krebs. Documents claimed the victim was acting delusional and threatened to stab himself and blame her if she left. However, this former co-worker also testified that he had previously mentioned Krebs threatening to stab and delete him. At trial, Krebs pleaded not guilty to first-degree intentional homicide. Her trial began on September 3, 25, with jury selection. An opening statement: the defense has maintained the victim's deletion was self-inflicted. All right, so that's some information on the two trials that were mentioned by the chat. Any other questions, let me know.
Back to Los Angeles for an audition, meaning it's basically after our 2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition. And that audition was at Warner Brothers. It was whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the Rock in Rio?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was I believe it was the 24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly...
Oh, I love Fall. I love Fall, Joyce. That is amazing. And Fall is on its way. It is coming here. So that's awesome.
Auditions for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team. Ms. Heard expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which...
Objection, Your Honor. Your approach.
Okay.
Oh, I love those, Joyce. I love those ascents.
So she asked if I would, because I'd had a multi, for a few years I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to...
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who he spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Warner executives, Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them that...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
Well, I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were in Australia in March of 2015?
Yes, I do remember that.
How
I
many?
also remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra residue.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe. In my lifetime, MDMA, 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly. Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And why is that?
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure I'd be dead. I think one would die. Yes, and probably rather quickly.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do. That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
And can you please show the jury where you were sitting when Ms. Heard threw the 2 vodka bottles at you?
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes,
mark.
it will.
Yes. Okay. So this chair, that one here, was over here. And it was in pretty much when I was turned around they were on a swivel, so when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Ms. Heard was relative to where you were sitting?
Yes, absolutely. So if I'm sitting here, she was over here, like back here.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe 10 feet, 12 feet.
And approximately where was your hand when the vodka bottle hit it?
It was leaning. My arm was sorry, my arm was leaning on the marble bar, right there where the imaginary seat is, and leaning, kind of just leaning back and looking at Miss Hurd. She just walked away with the second bottle. I mean, she walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible
Can
in
you
the
please circle
background on
where
the
the
floor.
first? Yeah. Could you please circle where the first bottle
Oh,
is?
sorry, excuse me. Yeah. All that is the exploded first bottle that went past my went past my head, and the second bottle hit right up here where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
And what do you see on the floor in this picture?
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks like sullied, soiled blood, I don't know. And I see glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor, and a towel leaning up on something.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
My best guess.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
I'm pretty well. I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger, so that's why the tissue is. I'm 99.9% sure, since it is. Looks like it's got blood on it as well. Is what I held my finger held my finger with.
Do you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo. No, I didn't. No. Not that I recall. No.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
And what is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper. I'm sorry, just reading through.
Sure.
Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it, and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell, because when I look at the timestamp, it says delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time, it was the 8th, and it was probably, this was The whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so. When that was when Kipper was called, Jerry was brought in, Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
How long after sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall it. I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
And what did Dr. Kipper do when he first arrived at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect the damage of my finger and try and figure out exactly what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
May we approach?
Hearsay. We've
All right,
discussed
that's
this
fine.
several times.
Let's go.
Objection, Your Honor.
But a good chunk. I miss it.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Hurd testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Hurd go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August, because I just finished the film. Maybe end of July, August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was 2015, I believe.
And where did you and Ms. Hurd go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
And what happened while you and Ms. Hurd were together on the Orient Express?
There were times when it was very agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and at one point, it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eye, to somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But it all ended, and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Did Ms. Hurd ever apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind. They'd given us a private dinner card.
So where was this photograph taken?
That was in the, that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the back train bar compartment. And just out back, you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
And what, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
I think the eye's a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's, yeah.
How did that happen?
These things could happen very quickly if you disagreed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. She just asked, how did that happen?
I believe he was about to explain.
Well, us stating the objection.
Okay. So, Mr. Depp, specifically, how did the injury in this photograph occur?
I'm sure it hit me. Is that better?
Does this picture accurately reflect what you looked like on that date?
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like me with a black eye. Yeah.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
No, no. I think it would be difficult to photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301, and this is a new one, Your Honor, so this is not in evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's reflected in this photograph?
Yes, this is the staff. It's the manager and his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a couple of few days. And then from there we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301 into evidence.
All right, any objection?
Oh, happy honeymoon. So it's
Any
31st of October.
any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1301 is in evidence, can be published to the jury.
Mr. Depp, what, if any, injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
I see pretty much the same. I see that the area in here has been is swollen and yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
Thank you. We can take this down. Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she punched you in the staircase incident because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs?
Do I remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times. Yes, I do.
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
Yes, I do.
And
as Kate Moss, Kate testified was many, many years ago. And exactly what happened is what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Hurd about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
May we approach Your Honor?
Okay.
Make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn. Ms. Hurd took the story and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind. There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs, yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Hurd simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's
What's a rumor?
non-responsive to the question.
Sir, hold on. This
Sorry.
objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Misstates the facts and evidence.
I'll overrule the objection.
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice.
Certainly.
What was you like? Was it?
So what specifically had you actually told Ms. Hurd about?
Hello, Aaron's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Mohi wondered if you were here, and I was like, not. She hasn't been here tonight, but there you are. Well, welcome. Good evening. Scared. Black eye on a honeymoon equals annulment. Yeah, hilarious Joyce in chat and Rita. Very well said.
The incident with Miss Moss and the stairs.
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, a monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever. That's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Miss Hurd grabbed hold of it. It's like that. I'm sorry.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Miss Hurd's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Hurd?
I liked Whitney very much. Initially, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney very much. Because I always, it seemed, Whitney, Amber's sister, Whitney, seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick, and I felt bad for her for that, because it wasn't new. it had been there for life. And that was seemed pretty obvious. So I took to Whitney very, very quickly, very easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey, and then, you know, either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
Well, that would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers. I believe that even made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
Miss Heard told me. In detail.
What else did you observe of Miss Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Miss Heard?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection, Your Honor. This has gone beyond the scope of the question or his foundation for knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I asked what he observed, you know, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
And his testimony as to what Whitney felt is...
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Did you ever see Miss Heard physically attack Whitney?
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal blowouts.
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab Whitney, push her around. There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange, when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and wait in the car while they fought.
And when you say fought, do you mean physically or?
Physical.
And when you said Miss Heard would push Whitney around, do you mean that to physically push her or metaphorically?
Both.
You heard Whitney testify that she lived in Penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in Penthouse 4?
My recollection, when Whitney first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in Penthouse 4, was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up. And she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in Penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, of course, you know.
How long did Whitney live in Penthouse 4?
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of Penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of Penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
It's his apartment, Your Honor. He was living there.
Oh, overruled.
Whitney moved out of Penthouse 4 long before the marriage, and it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people. And Amber asked her to leave, get out.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of Penthouse 4?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Your Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going, that's
Okay.
fine, we can. How much longer in direct do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, that's okay, go ahead.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years, who at a certain point I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money, so I had to take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were. And so yes, Joel Mandel is and they settled their case with me. They made their settlement. But yes, it was the big. That was a very Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Do you recall Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity?
Objection, Your Honor.
Just want to
May we
approach.
approach?
Okay.
Sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved, because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I have held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved, when we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
I'll overrule the objection.
So basically, when it was a public, let's call it a donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney. I would talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was well before the premiere and make the premiere a benefit that would, once we did what we benefited, we did a benefit premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. We did a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, if you can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works and it helps, but it wasn't presented under my name, you know. It was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of the charities she donated a portion of your divorce settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant and to the
May
issue.
we
just
approach, Your Honor?
discussed.
I've had a relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years or so.
And what's just the nature of that relationship?
Well, essentially, you know, sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids who are in the hospital there, and that their wish is to.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay, sure.
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
May 20th. This is, we're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening, my mom made her exit. She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she fought all the way to the end. And so my mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind. I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, that Isu had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I file for
Objection, Your Honor.
divorce.
Hearsay.
Here.
What Mr. Depp told Ms. Heard.
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, what happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
May 27th, my daughter's birthday. May 27th, I was not in Los Angeles. I was on the way to on tour, and that was when Miss Heard went for the restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Did Miss Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Miss Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Miss Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Oh, it didn't change
of
everything?
This lawsuit.
Sorry.
Sure, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Relevance.
Tourette's.
Your Honor, this is one of the key
you want to
dates.
approach.
Insane.
Mr. Depp, what has it been like for you to listen to Miss Heard's testimony at this trial?
I'm sorry.
What has it been like for you to listen to Miss Heard's testimony at this trial?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Oh, overruled.
Insane. It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But there are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible. Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false. I wanted no human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things. and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here, and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Did you want to take lunch at this point, or just? All right, thank you. You can be seated. All right, your next question.
Tom, may I please have you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A? Ms. Hurd, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A. This is one of the articles containing the counterclaim statements by Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the article yet.
Okay. Why don't we go to page 8 of this article? Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the statements that you allege are defamatory? It's defamatory?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B? And if we could go to page 10 and 11.
All right, Joyce. Good night to you. And also, yeah, and good to see you, Autumn. Everybody in chat. Now, also, Kay, the other night, you got into some disagreements with one of the other members, and I want you to respect the people in chat as you respect me. And I'm not going to. People can have disagreements and things like that, but I want you to be as respectful as possible to the other chat people here. All right, thank you. I was helping Zoe trying to figure out the block list thing, and I don't tolerate type of behavior here. All right, so now I'll be continuing.
In Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B, Depp's lawyer Adam Waldman said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told thedailymail.com. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. But even this didn't have, oh, apologize. You're fine. Okay. Of 2021, correct?
Not exactly. They extended it because it couldn't use me or any of the materials for me.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday how Mr. Waldman's statements, quote, torture you every day. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And then, and that you look at them every day.
I look at the online attacks, the media, you can't avoid it, to be honest, that those statements are often attached to. I don't look at his statements every day.
And you testified that you just want to move on with your life, right?
I do very much want to move on with my life.
But you've gone out of your way to engage with Mr. Waldman on social media, haven't you?
I have made a comment, I believe, once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1266.
It's right there. Your microphone. Yeah. Your microphone.
I don't have this yet, so I'm asking for it to be given to me before.
It's a photograph.
I think it's just a...
This is your tweet, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
I don't object to relevance.
The objection, I'm sorry, what was the objection?
I'm sorry, relevance?
All right, I'll overrule the objection. 881C in evidence. Is that right?
Can we please have it published to the jury?
What was it? I'm sorry, 1266. I apologize.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is from March 26, 2021, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And this is after he made the statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Heard?
21, yes.
Ms. Heard, you tweeted at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I read that right?
Yes.
We can put this down. Thank you. Ms. Heard, since your relationship with Mr. Depp ended, you have completed your level 3 sommelier training, haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet.
You're on level 2?
No, I'm on level 3.
You also have had a baby, right?
I have.
And you enjoy being a mother?
More than anything.
You still love to cook?
I do.
And you love to hike?
I've taken a break on hiking for a minute.
You have friends, right?
I do have friends.
And you spend time with those friends?
Occasionally, when I can.
And you exercise regularly?
Every day.
You just filmed a movie in March of 2022, isn't that right?
Yes, the one I just shot in Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
And you have, you had a major role in a major film that's scheduled to be released soon. Is that correct? Aquaman 2?
As I said, I don't know if I will even be in the final cut or how much I will be. It was difficult to stay in the movie.
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and that included swinging wherever I could. If it meant I could get away, absolutely. If it meant a difference between a sore face and a broken nose, you bet I would.
That's your testimony under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck. You know, I might be the first person to have been the first one to slap. which happened in Australia, you know, and he was choking me, but I wouldn't say I was the initial aggressor in that situation.
You got physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
I had to defend myself as best I could. Didn't seem to make much of a difference.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Heard?
I tried to defend myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 356? And, Your Honor, portions of the exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire recording.
All right,
and I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's. And I intend to play from 1:29:27 to 1:30:07.
So I have 356A in evidence. Is any objection to the entire 356 coming into evidence?
If I may.
Okay,
Hold on just for
sure.
a moment, Your Honor. I have to check on something. Which one? Which one is the one that has? Can you do the excerpt for now, and we'll double check our notes on that, because there was one that had something in that couldn't go, and I just can't find my notes on that
We'll just call it 356B for now.
That's fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you just give me the times again?
Yes, of course. 1:29:27 to 1:30:07.
All right, and I'm just told that we already have a B, so you have to do 356C.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I leave. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to, and me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Ms. Heard, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I can't promise you that I won't get physical," end quote. Correct?
That's correct. He was accusing me of instigating something in a situation I explained yesterday.
And you also told Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from Australia? That you get so mad you lose it?
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified to, but I never had that conversation with Ben King.
If we could please
In the
play.
meantime, I'm sorry. I checked, and I have no objection to the entirety of 356 coming
So
in.
356 in its entirety will be in evidence. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please play from what's now been admitted, Plaintiff's Exhibit 356 in its entirety from 7:05 to 7:43.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that. It's about that. It's
Well,
not.
well, on a plane I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking
I
participate.
pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved. And that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't.
Ms. Heard, is that you and Mr. Depp on this recording?
Yes, it is.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343? And I believe that one's been admitted already into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And just for the record, we're playing from 24601 to 24720.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in
You're
the
right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fucking, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I watched you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, you've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
fist.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the fuck.
Okay, I'm on mute. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. All right, I'm back. Yeah, Miranda, that's not the person K would not be that Alan. That's not true. So that Alan, no, he wouldn't do that, and he would know them. This person K won't be an aggravation anymore. Was cool maybe seemed okay at first, but started to troll the chat. And the other day, as Rita said, went after G, misunderstood him, and that would not be a problem anymore. Right? It's not the same person, in my opinion. And I think G is fine. Alright. To clarify that situation. Alright. Continuing. Any other questions? Ask away. I'm ready to answer.
Motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
You
Johnny.
started physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to
Because-
get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
That's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And you said you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I had to hit his body to get
Ms.
him out
Hurd,
of the door.
my question was, you said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I did.
And you accused him of being a baby for not wanting to be in a physical fight with you, right?
Incorrect. I accused him of being a baby for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Right. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 368? And again, Your Honor, this is a recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd. I'm going to move for the entire exhibit to be moved into evidence.
All right, any objection to 368?
I don't think so, no, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. 368 in evidence in its entirety.
It's a shitty law. Anyway, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. After a few times I opened, and you just kept going. You just kept going. I tried to close the door 3 times. Please, just don't, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes, and I didn't mean to do that, and I bent down, and you either pushed or you kicked. I think you kicked the door open. The door, more open. So that it would hit me, and it hit me.
I didn't mean mean
Wait.
to. I didn't know
It
that.
hit me in the fucking head.
But I did not mean to do that. I don't know what you're
I
talking
was
about.
bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear that I don't even. That did not. That was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes. I reacted, but this whole the door thing. I remember. I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay.
But
So let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said. I mean, I might have said like, "What the fuck?" Whatever. Because I just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of a door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted, and I'm sorry. It's below me.
Your foot? That was why you punched me.
Yeah. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I.
Again, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that
Incorrect.
right, Ms. Heard?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. Doesn't he?
I don't know if he said that, and I didn't hear that.
And
one
Mr.
detail.
Depp said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head, didn't you?
No, I didn't. And
then you punched him in the
defended
jaw.
myself in that audio. You can hear it for yourself.
Right. And then you punched him in the jaw.
I also did not do that. I tried to make that clear.
Yeah, just to make clear about something with Alan and Kay, the contrast between them both is that Alan was from the trial chat, and he's very funny. He's cool people, and he's completely gay, and he would know the people here from the trial chat. He would not ever do that to them. Okay. He would never do that. This is a different person that came in. And, Rita, I don't know. Alan is the guy, remember, Alan. Yeah, no, and Alan, I don't think, in my opinion, Alan is a troll. I think he's a cool dude. Just one time on one of my streams, there's this incident where there was some troll in the chat talking about, said something about my looks or something, and now Alan's always complimented me and always been very, very, nice, kind to me. Now, this one incident where the troll was like attacking me, and then I don't know if there's some sort of, it was maybe misunderstanding or something, but doesn't mean I won't talk to him again. But he was like, I said, "Oh, my movie star looks," and you are not sure that Moki? I mean, in my opinion, I don't think he would do that, but yeah. And okay. Oh, okay, Moki. Understood. Yeah, and as I said, I don't care if people think of me, whatever. But I don't like, if a troll is trolling me, I don't want someone else from my group trolling me back, and I just at boundaries, and I would like to be respected just as I want you all to be respected. So that is, what I did to, basically, I wanted to have me respected and the chat respected. So that's the decision I made at that time, referring to Alan. But in my opinion, I don't think Kate is Alan and the same person, in my opinion. But I could be wrong. Oh, you think that, Moki? Okay. Okay. Maybe it is him. I don't... Okay. Continuing. But I mean, yeah, aliens, angels. Yes, yes. But I said he was like in the beginning. And Aaron said, "Wow, we can please solve the crime with energy. You guys are so gifted, but it's going to waste. We could have solved John Bennett at this rate." Oh, okay. Yeah, it could have been Alan. It's possible, but I don't really know for sure. But I appreciate y'all's inside chat. Y'all are brilliant. Shout out to Aliens Angels. Right, and yes, and Moki, I took care of the situation with Kay. Will not, that account is not going to be here anymore. And I did not like what happened with the situation with G the other night. That was terrible. Like, she is a very sweet angel. I love her commentary and talking to her. They're very cool people. All right, so continuing.
Clear on the audio tape too,
So-
in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, "You meant to punch me in the jaw, right?"
Are you asking me what he said on the
Yeah.
on the recording? Yes, he said that.
And then you respond, "I meant to hit you," didn't you?
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to get him off the door,
And you said, "I remember, I did mean to hit you."
meaning the door. The door was on my feet. I
heard
reacted
this-
instinctively to that.
Yeah, you've heard this audio before, haven't you, Miss Heard?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Okay. Okay, so the other night, what happened was, it wasn't last night, but the night before, there was this, I was helping Zoe with trying to figure out how the block list thing works, so I was focusing on that, but she told me how, they're talking about pillows and people being united and talking and stuff like that, and then this person was saying that she is extremely, she's angry and hateful and spiteful, something like that, and started being very sarcastic and mean to her from what she was telling me. And I do not like that at all. And yes, so that person was mean to her. Yes. And that is unacceptable to happen to any of you. And if any of y'all have any problems with anybody, I appreciate y'all communicating and letting me know. And yeah, that is not acceptable here to do to Moki or Anna or anybody in the chat. That's not right. And Moki said he attacked her out of nowhere, and he did the same thing to me and Anna. Again, just trying to stir the pot. Understood. Yeah, Moki will get him. Yes, Moki will get them. The alien archangel. The alien archangel. Yeah. All right, continuing. Scared. If we had no romance or drama in the spaceship, there would be. If we didn't have bad romance, there'd be no romance. That is true. Yeah, shout to her and shout to you, Moki. Yes. Yeah, and continuing.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed in 2016 in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
That's one of the times I've heard it, yes.
Okay. So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time. Can we please pull up what will be marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1261?
On the phone lives, the trolls are even worse. Trolls are even worse than the phone lives. Yeah. Yes, that is true, Anna. I'm not going to tolerate people, trolling y'all in this chat, yeah. And I want, y'all to have a good chat experience and not deal with stuff like that. You don't have to worry about that account anymore. And also, even if somebody else was a mod, you can click on them and block them and you wouldn't see the messages. Even if you're a mod, you wouldn't be able to block them from the chat. But all of y'all know each other, so it's okay. And I really do like how the people I know really well are mods, And people that we don't really know that come to the channel will not have that privilege. All right. And yeah, because we're not going to tolerate that here. But all of you that I know are mods, and y'all can communicate and talk. And I trust you all with the channel. And anybody new that comes in, they're not going to have that privilege. Because, you know, you're not going to troll the beautiful, magnificent aliens, angels, or myself. It's unacceptable. Loki said, well, you're Canadian, so you don't deserve it. Scared. Alright. Scared.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh.
All right.
Another new.
Oh, if you want to come, Coach.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with permission, may we please play?
If we just get to that page, make sure everybody's at the. Oh, could you say the page number again,
Yes,
please?
absolutely. May I have the page?
Page 372, lines 5 to 377, line 1 is what. Then they can do they can do it through reading the deposition, Your Honor. They don't need to do that. Ask them to take it off the screen.
Could you take it off the screen, please? Okay. That's fine.
Thank you.
I have no objection.
Can we please start it over?
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh. Would you listen to this, please? This is punching. It's one of the right. Punching. Let's keep on.
Anyway, the bathroom door knocked on it.
Where's the desk?
You just kept going. Tried to close the door 3 times. You know, please, just don't let me know. And then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess stretched your toes. I didn't mean to do that. I like that down. And you let it close, you kick the door. I mean, say put the door, get more open. So
No, I didn't mean to. I did not mean to. But I did not mean to do that.
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear. I mean, that was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
Okay. So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I
Okay.
don't. When you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Q that we just played.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted that this whole the door thing. I never did that. That was on purpose. I was on an accident.
Okay. But let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said. I might have said, "What the fuck?" You know, whatever. I just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you played the clock.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
That's exactly what I just told her.
And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't need to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember I did mean to hit you.
For that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no.
But punching me in the jaw.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents that what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched it, always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him. I never even addressed it. If he was ever pushed, it was a cold. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true?
You're smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Ms. Heard?
Not smiling because of the audio. I'm smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
I was sitting opposite a whole table full of lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
Is there something amusing about kicking a door into your husband's head?
No, I was rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time in recounting the story.
Is there something amusing to you about punching your husband in the jaw?
That is not what I was smiling about, and no, I do not think it's amusing.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, your exact words were, quote, "I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life, and he won't let me." Do you remember that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Heard?
It is very true.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you? From Mr. Depp.
Oh, I'm here, aren't I?
In fact, on October 11th, 2018, you actually commenced an arbitration action against Mr. Depp for defamation, didn't you?
I don't recall that, no.
Your Honor, may I approach? May we approach? And Ms. Heard, and if you can also read to yourself the second page of Exhibit 219.
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, Tom, again, Ms. Hurd, just to look at that page. And then scroll down to the next page, please. And the next page. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. Hurd, that you did, in fact, in October of 2018, 2 months before you published the op-ed in this case, that's the subject of this case, you initiated an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation?
It's not my understanding I initiated an arbitration. It's my understanding that our lawyers sent a letter to his lawyers after he called me a liar again, effectively, in an interview.
And that's 2 months before your op-ed that was published in December of 2018, right?
That is correct.
And that's 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So you fired the first shot, not Mr. Depp.
I disagree. We sent a letter.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, isn't it true that you once filled out a customs form falsely so that you could get...
May we approach?
Okay.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Hurd?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately, so you could just hope it was a matter of time.
You knew they were going to be there, didn't you?
No, I did not.
The
I mean,
publicist-
I assume since it's a public building that there is that likelihood, or not likelihood, but possibility. But I was shocked.
Your publicist, Jody Gottlieb, was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time, but they did.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280, which is a clip from your divorce deposition, and you have at page, if I can alert you, you have the transcript there, page 74, lines 22.
You said
through
874?
74.
74.
Line 22 through 75, line 13.
I'm sorry, just 72 line.
74, line 22 through 75, line 13.
Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
That is in front of me right now to Jerry, and I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Y'all is wild. Y'all is wild. Shout out to Aliens Angels. Yeah, y'all are hilarious. Oh, you're not gonna wear the long skirts? All right. At Temu, they have a short variation just for you. Scared. Yeah, shout out to the Aliens Angels. Y'all are cool people.
Slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't know how to do
TMZ owns
that.
the copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ
Did they pay
owns.
you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. That's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that. And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not
and
when
years.
you were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way.
Right.
What extortion?
Tassa Van Reeves, your ex-wife, right?
That's right. She's my ex-partner.
She's the one that you told this jury Mr. Depp was jealous of, right?
Yeah, well, that was 2013 fights around March, yes.
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
That's correct.
You testified he tried to burn one of your favorite paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Reed during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And people saw that.
That's not true.
And it was covered in the press. Isn't that true?
It was planted in the press by Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO. Not coincidentally.
Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1279?
Your Honor, may we approach?
We could please have that article displayed for the witness. This is an article from 2 years ago, correct, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this
May
was.
of 2020?
That's not when it came out, no. This story started getting planted after I got a TRO, after I got a restraining order against Johnny.
The headline says, Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Objection, Your Honor. I think Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
If you want to approach again.
It does. May we approach?
Okay.
And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it at the end of day, so kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of publicity outlets. I believe that we had been remarkably lucky following the divorce, that it wasn't picked up, and that it gave me a precious few days of peace at that really fragile time. When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not do this in a punitive way. I didn't want him to be mad at me. I didn't want him to find out in that sort of context online.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I do know. Johnny
Your
and I
Honor,
spoke about
Your
it.
Honor, calls for
Sustain
speculation.
the objection.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about who had connections with TMZ?
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Okay. Now, I'm going to start at the verification process in July, correct?
That was
Objection leading.
first one.
Sustained.
Okay.
Kissed me again, held me. I cried, he cried, and then we had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive."
Can Defendants Exhibit 1581L? I'm sorry? Oh. For the picture, you had sustained that bruise.
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
You were asked a number of times by Ms. Vasquez if you took pictures from your incidents earlier in the relationship.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen. I mean, not until December and my best friend taking pictures of me to capture it. That wasn't even a thing.
It has been suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions that you didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
That's not offered to.
And hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior consistent statements.
It's leading. It's sustained. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That's fine.
Informed people before their suggestions.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach? This is, again, an approach.
All right, Moki. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Moki, for everything you do. I appreciate you very much. And a good night to you, one of my aliens angels. Thank you for coming. Yeah, Temu shopping time. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Objection, leading.
Did you produce medical records to the defendants relating to this?
Objection, leading, calls.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Leading. Next question.
Your Honor, if we could, witness could be instructed not to answer until I've lodged my objection.
Wait for the objection, please.
Could we bring up Defendants Exhibit 1077?
1077.
Do you recognize this document?
My screen is black. Oh, sorry. There you go. Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
That's what my ENT, the ears, nose, and throat doctor, told me was
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, when there's objection, please stop talking. Thank you. All right, I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
Okay. What, if any, you were asked if you had, it was suggested that you had not produced this in discovery. Is that true or false?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, she absolutely did that.
It's leading. It's leading question, though. I'll sustain the objection as to leading.
What, if anything, did you do to produce medical records to the defendant, to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices, and they had Johnny's team had a third party or someone they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices, which I handed over.
Do you know how many were handed over?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe. Maybe.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
Okay. All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And what, if anything, did you produce to the plaintiff in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist relating to your nose?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Foundation, hearsay.
What, if anything, that is not the cure-all? It's sustained.
When did you see an ENT specialist?
2017 or 2016 or 17.
And as a result of that consultation, what did you learn about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'm not asking her to tell what they said.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, production did you make to the plaintiffs of your medical records with the ENT?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
If you want to lay a foundation.
Do you know whether the medical records from your EMT were produced in discovery?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
I'm
I'm
asking.
overruled if she knows.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall? I'm trying. What, if anything, did the medical records reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you have injuries to your nose?
Yes.
Please describe those to the jury.
I have
a
bunch of scar tissue.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation.
Overruled.
And improper expert opinion.
Well,
she can certainly testify too.
We'll see where it goes. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, difficulty do you have breathing?
Objection, leading.
What, if anything? And that does cure on
No, it doesn't. But I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Do you remember the question?
I have a significant amount of trouble breathing at night, and I've been putting off having surgery for it.
Okay. Now, you were asked about December 15, 2015, and Ms. Vasquez suggested that you did not report the abuse or the injuries to Aaron Falati. Do you recall that
Objection,
question?
Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez asked.
The objection is leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you report, what, if anything, did you report to Aaron Falati about the abuse you sustained on 12/15/2015.
Objection, leading and hearsay.
Approach.
'15, 2015 attack.
I did. I believe I sent her pictures too.
Okay. And did you text with Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries that you had suffered as a result of Mr. Depp's attack on you on 12/15?
Yes, she guided me through a concussion check.
And did you tell Connell Cowan about the injuries you sustained?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's prior consistent statements, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. Next question.
Do you recall Dr. Laurel Anderson testifying that she saw two black eyes
Objection,
on
Your Honor.
12/17?
Leading.
Sustain as to leading.
Okay. What, if anything, do you recall from Laurel Anderson's testimony in this case about what she observed on 12/17/2015?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
It's prior consistent statements.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
It's observations for
I'm
the
gonna
12/17, the same day.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
May I approach?
Okay.
When in December did you see Dr. Laurel Anderson?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
I saw her 2 days after the attack.
So on what day did you see her then?
That would have been the 17th of December, 2016, and I told her what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
No, sustain the objection.
And when did you see Dr. Connell Cowan?
I saw him the next day, December 16th is my best recollection.
Let's jump to East Asia for a moment. And we saw a number of pictures from the backless dress. What, if any, motivation would you have to claim that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back, knowing you had a backless dress?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
I think I can bring
calls for
that out.
speculation.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Why did you say that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back in East Asia?
In the closet of the hotel room in Tokyo, I said that because it happened to me. And it would have been much more convenient if I was making it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked a press line and got photographed.
Now, we've heard testimony about Mr. Depp making a total of $65 million in 2015 and 2016 from his experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why did
leading?
I haven't asked the
Hearsay. I mean,
why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor, leading.
I said, why did you not ask?
Irrelevant.
I'll sustain the
Explanation.
objection. Sustain the objection to leading. Next question.
Why, can I just ask, why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Because I didn't want
Asked and answered. Relevance.
Oh, overruled. Good.
Because I didn't want it. I realized that that's what I was entitled to, but I didn't want it. That simple.
The tape recording that was played that has you laughing quite a bit, can you tell the jury what the context of that particular tape recording was?
I don't really recall a whole lot about what was going on. I know we had been fighting kind of ad nauseum and in this sort of loop, if you will, and I'm doing my best to not show my pain. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to be tough, not show what kind of pain I was in.
Now, Ms. Vasquez asked you about how you got your role in Aquaman. Could you please describe to the jury how you got your role in Aquaman?
I auditioned, not Johnny. I auditioned. I worked really hard, and I went to where we were filming the first movie, Justice League. I went, I think, 5.5 months early before filming commenced, when I heard that they wanted to fire me, and so I put myself in the job.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Keep it away.
I worked really hard. I worked really hard on that and had to prove myself, and I did that for, even though I was only filming for 6 days, I was there for 6 months. Just worked my butt off. That's why.
What, if any, role did Mr. Depp play in your getting Aquaman?
He tried to have me fired from it.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
All right, I'll sustain his speculation.
How do you know that he tried to have you fired?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and hearsay and lack of foundation.
I'm trying to lay a foundation.
All right, you have to lay a foundation.
I saw it. I saw the emails. I saw the texts.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
You were asked about Isaac Baruch and why he and that he saw no marks. What is your recollection of your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd?
I saw Isaac when I was coming or going, meaning I was leaving or arriving to the building. I saw him at a distance. We did not have a in-depth conversation, nor would we. And I told him, actually, right after it happened, what his friend had done.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I don't think it's offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Stay away from what was said. Can you just tell us what interaction you had with him and his opportunity to observe you with absolutely no makeup?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
I'll sustain the objection. It's leading.
Please describe for the jury your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd.
Well, not only did I have makeup on, but I did attempt to kind of let him know what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You were asked some questions about Officer Melissa Science's testimony. What, if anything, do you recall relating to Officer Melissa Science's testimony relating to your injuries?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor said I could redirect after the cross-examination when she...
You want to approach?
He, after seeing my face, put his
Objection, Your
head on
Honor.
my
Calls
shoulder.
for speculation.
That doesn't call for speculation. If she sees that he sees her...
He touched the side of my
I'll
face,
sustain
too.
the objection.
And
Okay.
again, Your Honor, if we can instruct the witness
If
to...
you could wait till after the objection, please. All right, next question.
What did Mr. Franco do on the elevator before laying his head on your shoulder?
He kind of touched the side of my face and responded to what he saw.
We talked about you were shown a bunch of newspaper headlines, and there was one in particular referring to sexual violence. What, if anything, did Mr. Waldman do to you relating to that article?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand the question.
Overruled. We'll see where it goes.
He was carrying the paper that had that headline on it that he leaked and threw it at me at the UK trial. We were unfortunately sat kind of, actually literally next to one another with COVID spacing in between us, and he threw the paper down at me as he sat down with that on the cover.
And where was that?
In the UK, at the UK trial.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope.
That's not beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Thank you. Why did you tweet about the makeup and Mr. Waldman?
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer, and that this was an elaborate hoax just to get Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Next question.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right. Ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay? You can.
All right, so we finished the Amber Heard scene from that clip, and I have to get some other things done, so that'll be it for tonight. Very good job, Aliens Angels. Y'all did great. And thank you, Anna and Rita and those lurking. Yeah, it was a wild stream, and, you know, no one's going to, I'm not going to let anyone disturb or bother y'all. And I enjoyed y'all's commentary, and you'll see y'all tomorrow. And we had some good laughs, and peace. Okay, you mentioned the nose. Okay. All right. One more thing. She says about the nose. Yeah. Okay. Oh, let's see over here. I'll ask this question for the nose thing. Let's see. Switch over to another window. All right, here it is. Here it is. And if Anna left, tomorrow I'll mention this. Okay, Rod. D more. Okay. In the nose. Okay, so I was kind of hoping this would straighten out. Okay, see how the nose is kind of crooked looking? Yeah, that's what she's talking about right there. That's the guy. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with that, but okay. It doesn't really align straight. Okay. I understand. And also, for the other people, we'll talk about it tomorrow for the other people that we're not maybe here necessarily. Okay. So I'll bring this one up tomorrow for the others. And if one of the other people any left that weren't here that were supposed to see this, I'll show it to them tomorrow. All right. So now officially, we'll go. Okay. And peace.